We just went live now. I decided, you know what, since I'm going to be here today, we may as well do an Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition stream with each other, since we seem to do that every week. So just give me some time and I'm gonna share the stream with all the Discord servers, and then we can start jumping into some lobbies right away. So how was everybody's day today? Was it good? Was it bad? Yeah, yesterday was a pretty interesting day because we brought back the old Age of Empires 3 Wars Liberty cast of game streams again, so that was definitely exciting. Unfortunately, we didn't have a lot of record material because the World Team loves to hotfix, so a lot of those files are old, and I'm sure it's not gonna reinstall Wars Liberty just go back to a patch 2 patches ago. So yeah. So yeah, I'm just gonna find a couple of servers that would be interested, and then we're gonna get started right away with AoE2 today. I'm hoping this weekend, while I'm recording, that maybe I can record some more Middle East gameplays and builds for you to look at, just to see how good those civs are. That should be good. So yeah, expect a few gameplays with Afghans, Uzbeks mainly, but if I find anything else with Persians and Saudis, I'll definitely put those as well. Most likely against AI, because as you know, the multiplayer in those betas are pretty heavy on the out of sync, so we'll probably do them against AIs. And maybe I could try some AI challenges too, like the ones I did on the stream last night, where I tried to fight against like 2 or 3 bots. That could be something we could try as well, so yeah, most definitely. Anything like that could be really fun and spicy. So yeah, what now? We're about probably a third of the way through the Discord server sharing, and then we'll be done. It's always a fun process doing this, but guess what? It's my way of sort of going around the algorithm, you know? Because unfortunately, I think there's a lot of YouTube creators that just depend on Google to get their, you know, streams out and stuff, and it never goes very well because, you know, the algorithm is the algorithm, and then sometimes the algorithm sort of abandons you. So the best thing that you can sort of do to overcome that is to basically, you know, find a bunch of Discord servers that like you, and obviously post it manually or using some sort of bot to do that. So, you know, people have to see that the stream is online so they can choose to come or not, you know what I mean? Instead of letting Google basically control the narrative, basically. Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty smart tactic. Most definitely. So yeah, moving along pretty quickly for these numbers. And oh yeah, by the way, the Google ad campaign for the Middle East beta has been extremely successful. Much more successful than I thought. I know I said that yesterday, but looking at today, very well we're going to hit over 4,000 subs on the channel by the end of the night. Looks very likely. You know, we're kind of almost gaining 1,000 or more subs a day now, it seems like. Something in that ballpark, you know. It's quite good. It's really good, actually. I mean, I didn't expect this to be so successful, but, you know, things moved along rather quickly. Oh yeah, most definitely. I mean, it was pretty insane how a few days ago... Well, here's the thing. Let's go back to before the Order of Guazin promotion campaign. Back then, we only had about 1.1k or so subs. 1.16 or something. So, humble enough, but, you know, it was moving rather slowly. But as soon as we did these little campaigns of ours, we've been able to grow things really big. You know, well, actually, wait a second. So it was 1.1k, I think, before we did, you know, this campaign stuff, and then the first campaign brought up to a web of 1.6 something, 1.61, and then the Middle East beta from the organic stuff brought up to 1.62, because we gained an additional 8 or so subs from that by itself, and this new campaign has brought us from 1.62 up to almost 4, and we're only into the first few days of it. at this point, like only day 2 or 3. So eventually, if things keep going the way that it is, we could be looking at having five-digit subs on this channel by the end of the campaign. Maybe even more than ESOC TV, and that's pretty big, you know. I mean, you can't overdo these things too much, because I think at a certain point it screws up, you know, the algorithm to finding new people. And obviously I don't have an infinite amount of money to keep doing this sort of thing, but you know, if it's a big mod showcase or something, I will absolutely throw 200 to 500 into it just to get people on here, kind of do what Google's not doing for me already, you know, which is bringing the new people into the fan base, which I want to do. Not just my fan base, but the fan base for the RTS games that I play and other games too. You know, I was looking at some cool games that I saw on YouTube, and I'm thinking, you know, maybe we could do those as well. It's just sort of a way to change things up. Sort of give you all an idea of what I used to play growing up, and, you know, expand the base even more, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't just want to do RTS, I want to play platformers and, you know, first-person shooters and stuff like everybody else in fire games, but, you know, had to start out where I knew I felt most comfortable, which is the AoE series. Once you do that, you can go into new areas, get new audiences, and probably have to start getting Discord Nitro so I can be in all those servers. Yeah, kind of crazy, huh? How many Discord servers I have to be in, basically, just to do all this marketing stuff. But at the end of the day, it's worth it. It totally is. Because I think at least it guarantees I'm going to get a certain amount of viewers every stream, no matter what. So, all that stuff they say on Google about, oh, Google ad campaign killed my channel, and it's like, no, I mean, as long as you follow the right procedures and you're, you know, making sure you're using multiple methods of advertisement, I think you can basically avoid that happening, you know? And I think my method basically says, you know what, as long as I am basically putting in a certain amount of people in through the manual process, then the algorithm can gradually pull people in the other way. So yeah, just, you know, just a combination of organic and synthetic, yeah. Whatever. A basic guide to AoE2AI, I was just reading a channel there on the designer's Discord server there, that looked pretty good. Okay, how far along are we anyways in the list? Almost there, just like a handful of other ones and we'll be all set. Yeah, big time. Let's do that. And where else? This one? That one too. Hey, I clicked on that one. There we go. Alright, and that's better. Alright, this one. And what else? I think we're okay. Yeah, alright. So what games we have now in the lobby system here? Let's look. So we got Free For All Land Nomad. We got Amazon Tunnel Free For All. I think I might just do that one. Yeah. No, I like Amazon Tunnel. It's kind of like Black Forest and kind of not, because it's just one long path down the tunnel, hence the tunnel part of it. But then you have the trees off to the side that you have to defend once they start cutting through it with onagers. I see this dude is playing the Turks. That's going to make it kind of annoying here, remember? Because unfortunately the Turks don't get onagers, so they have a pretty distinct disadvantage. No Bengalis. You don't like Bengalis, my friend? Bengalis are an awesome civ. I don't know what his problem is. I mean, I've heard of people complain, and they're fine with Khmers. You have an issue with the Bengalis, but you don't have an issue with the Khmers. That's kind of messed up, man. Just saying. Because all the Bengalis do is have some good bonuses on battle elephants, and then they have their chariots. Really fun civ. Khmers, on the other hand, got those horrible weapons called the ballista elephants. And those can actually cut through tree lines as well, believe it or not. Always playing the woo. Should I play the are they allowed to pick Civ, or I don't know, I'm just trying to follow the rules. If they let me pick a Civ, I would absolutely play the Shu. If Rex is willing to play the Wu, I'll play the Shu. I like the Shu. The Shu are great. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out myself, Rex. I don't know what host wants. Yeah, see, they have to do pick random Civs, I know. Let's all go random then. Yeah. Oh, so he was fine with it before, but he wants to enforce it now. Okay. I think random could be fun, you know? Because there's so many good Civs in AoE2 that I just never play. It's a good opportunity to change it up a bit and give them a try to see if I would like to use them in something other than free-for-all. Yeah. As far as like 1v1 is concerned, the only Civs I really have any sort of experience in 1v1 is the Mayans, the Chinese, the Brins, the Bengalis, the Slavs, and this is going back a decade, by the way, like almost a decade, more than a decade of experience, as well as a few other ones like the Incas, and I think I've done the Jurchens before. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I don't think I've done the Shu in 1v1. I might have. Yeah, I might have done the Shu in 1v1. The Shu are a good Civ. I mean, they're one of the stronger, yeah. So I got the Poles. I like the Poles. That's a good lucky one. I like the Poles. I love doing the Poles in free-for-all, especially on Black Forest, man. The best. Yeah, I love the Poles. The Poles are great. The Poles got all sorts of good stuff. They got gunpowder units, they got cheaper cavaliers, they got the Obuk with the hammers, they got the winged hussar. They got a lot of good stuff. I think they have halberdiers as well, and archers and stuff. So, yeah, the Poles get a pretty good roster. I mean, I will say. So, let me see what we're doing here. I am talking to you right now, so unfortunately my reaction time with a single hand is going to be kind of slow. Yep. I'm going to try to put you on the llamas. Over there, little llamas. And yeah, try to do that. I might just want to set up the build order here before I yap much anymore, but yeah, I don't know. Oh, there's the llamas right there. You come over here and eat llama. Llama. Llama patties over there. Llama burgers. What did they call them in SDS Racing? Did they call them llama burgers or llama steaks? Or is it just what KR Myth calls them? There's some sort of food to call. Lasagna has the lasagna Civ. Oh, the Poles invented lasagna? I didn't know that. I didn't know the Poles invented lasagna. Wow.
Gotów jest.
Witaj.
Tak też uczy zbiera.
Rozkazania?
Just saying, that's a new fact to me. I didn't know that the Poles invented lasagna. I thought that was an Italian thing. An Italian-American dish. I didn't know Poland had anything to do with that. I meant they say something similar to lasagna. Oh, voice lines. Oh yeah, because they speak a Slavic language. It kind of sounds like... Ah, I understand now. Yeah, some of the Polish Slavic words there kind of sounds with the vowels like it's Italian. Yeah, that is true. I've heard the voice lines probably for close to a decade now because I played Napoleonic era with the Polish Civ in AoE3. Like that. And yeah, they make all sorts of nice sounds. Like that. It's quite fun. The Explorer has some... The voice actor that did the Polish Explorer, the Zajdushnik, in the Napoleonic era should get an award. He did a really memorable voice line that I remember to this day. Some of the other ones were good too, like the Panzerny and the Leboshnik and the Tabor and the Partisan. Yeah, the Partisan. I think somebody laughed when they heard that. Like, what's a Partisan? What is a Partisan exactly? Because it's literally a partisan, but they say it like Partisan. Like, party followed by that dude from Twilight Princess and pretty much. It's like, what is that exactly? Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty funny though. So yeah, I'll put a full wark here right now. It's another cool, unique thing that the pools can get as well.
Łowię zwierzyny.
Let's bring in the boar.
Tak też uczynię.
Because I am bored.
Witaj.
No, I'm not bored
Natychmiast
actually. I just want to eat
Witajcie.
the boar right now.
Łowię zwierzyny.
She doesn't love the
Zbieram,
food.
zbieram,
Bit of
zbieram.
bacon and ham in the morning. How does boar meat taste, by the way, compared to regular pork? Is it good or bad, or what is it exactly? I don't know. I've never had it before. I don't know if it's the same piggy taste that we're used to, or is it something more gamey? I have no idea. Probably tastes pretty good. Otherwise, I don't know why they would have domesticated pigs compared to other animals. I would say probably it's because the pigs were probably the easier animals to domesticate when we were cavemen. Probably because, well, pigs are extremely dangerous on the farm. They're one of the most dangerous farm animals because they're very tough. They got tusks. They can rip you right open with their teeth. They're probably because they're very small and they can be somewhat controlled, right? Obviously, if you have a tool or something, the pig can't do much about it. But compared to something like a bull, like a full-on bull that can like ram you down with its big, thick skull and stuff. So yeah, that's probably why, you know, pigs were definitely domesticated. But, you know, I think they did the cows just because they have milk and they have different good resources you can get from. They have the hide on them, the milk, the meat,
Łowiec
similar to
zwierzyny.
goats and sheep and stuff as well. So yeah,
Pojmuję.
yeah, you can get milk from all those animals. I don't think anybody's had pig milk before. Pig milk. Yeah, yeah, but it's pink. Yeah. What now? Got my boar over there. I got another boar actually on that side, so maybe I'll bring that one in too. Yeah, so I can save on half of the farm for a bit, which would be great. Got these fields queued there.
Witajcie. Sprawiacz. Gotów jest. Łowię zwierzynę. Natychmiast łowię zwierzynę. Rozkazania. Łowię zwierzynę. Pojmuję. Gotów jestem.
Łowię zwierzyny.
Rozkazania. Natychmiast wykonam. Witajcie. Pojmuję. Natychmiast wykonam.
There we go. So, should I try to get a power slide around here? Maybe. Maybe I should. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Now, to do that, I would say probably keep the scout around here because we're probably going to want to fight these animals together if they come fighting my bills. No, I don't want Loom yet. I could do without Loom for now, I think, right? Yeah, we just need the scout cap to guide our villager over there safely.
Gotów jestem. Witajcie. Rozkazania.
Yep, see that, do that. Should beat it now. There we go. Alright. Very good. Alright, so I want to just get like, I don't know.
Sprawiacz.
Could I just build power slide gates here? Like put a couple of them? Maybe. Trying to angle it here. What are you doing? Let me build it. Maybe if I put another one down, it'll let me do it. Yeah, I don't understand sometimes how the gate placement works in this sometimes.
Witajcie.
Can I use my... I don't think I can use my mouse wheel to, like, aim the gates, right? No, it's what zooms the thing in. There we go. Alright, there we go.
Tak. Sprawiacz. Sprawiać. Tak. Gotów jestem. Natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiać. Tak, natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiać.
Rozkazania. Tak, drwal. Natychmiast wykonam. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Gotów jest. Pojmuję. Witaj, tak pojmuję. Tak też natychmiast wykonam. Tak też pojmuję. Sprawiać.
Witajcie.
Sprawiać. Tak też uczynię. Natychmiast wykonam. Tak, pojmuję. Natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiać.
Witajcie. Tak,
Łowię zwierzynę. Witajcie. Sprawiać.
gotowa jest.
Drwal. Rozkazania. Sprawiać. 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 Gotów jest. Natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiać. Rozkazania. Sprawić. Sprawiać.
Rozkazania uczynię. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Gotów jest. Natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiać. Rozkazania. Tak też uczynię. Sprawiać. Witajcie.
Jestem sprawiaczką. 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 Jestem sprawiaczką.
Rozkazania. Witajcie. Tak też uczynię. Sprawiać.
Gotowa jest. Tak uczynię. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Witajcie. Natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiać. Tak też uczynię. Dwa. Sprawiać. Sprawiać.
Second White Black said yes. Nice. Means you're definitely gonna like this then. My score is actually not horrible either, which is great. The only person ahead of me is Portuguese, which is normal, Kumans, and the Urocronisiv, the Koreans.
Gotów jestem. Tak też uczynię. Drwal. Jestem górnikiem. Tak też natychmiast wykonam. Witajcie. Tak też natychmiast wykonam. Tak też uczynię.
Witaj. Tak natychmiast wykonam. Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Rozkazania. Sprawiacz. Gotów jest. Tak też uczynię. Sprawiacz. Witaj, tak też uczynię. Sprawiacz. Tak. Natychmiast wykonał. Sprawiacz. Witajcie. Sprawiacz. Tak. Witajcie. Tak też uczynię. Sprawiacz.
Rozkazania?
Gotów jestem. Witajcie. Pojmuję. Pojmuję. Sprawiacz. Rozkazania? Tak. Tak też natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiacz.
Przykazania, panie? Oczywiście.
Gotów jestem. Sprawiacz. Sprawiacz.
Gotowa jest. Natychmiast wykonam. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Witajcie. Rozkazania pojmuję. Sprawiacz.
Imię Boga.
Jestem górnikiem. Rozkazania pojmuję. Sprawiacz.
Do usług. Idę zatem, się tym zajmę.
Tak. Rozkazania Sprawiacz. Gotów jestem. Tak też natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiacz. Witajcie.
Przykazania, panie, się tym zajmę. Oczywiście, natychmiast się tym zajmę. Idę zatem, się tym zajmę. No usług, idę zatem, się tym zajmę. Natychmiast się tym zajmę.
Rozkazania natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiacz. Witajcie. Tak też uczynię. Sprawiacz. Rozkazania. Gotów jest. Jestem górnikiem. Natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiacz.
Tak! Natychmiast się tym zajmę. Nie Boże! Tak! Natychmiast się tym zajmę.
Witajcie, natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiacz. Gotów jest. Rozkazania. Sprawiacz. Gotów jest. Natychmiast wykonam. Tak też natychmiast wykonam. Natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiacz. Rozkazania. Tak też natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiacz. Tak.
Jestem sprawiaczką. Rozkazania. Tak, natychmiast wykonam. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Gotów jest. Sprawiacz.
Witaj, natychmiast wykonam. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Tak, natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiacz. Witajcie, natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiacz. Rozkazania natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiacz. Witajcie, pojmuję. Sprawiacz.
Rozkazania. Tak czynię. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Rozkazania czynię. Sprawiacz. Tak,
Tak czynię. Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką.
rozkazania natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiacz.
Imię Boga.
Witajcie. Sprawiacz.
Idę za tym. Oczywiście idę za tym.
Gotowa. Natychmiast wykonam. Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Wait a minute, what is this man doing here? Let me get the bell out. We're not doing that, man. Really? He really thought he was gonna get away with that? Really? I mean, seriously, look at this guy. He actually put a castle underneath my town center. Wow. That is crazy. He actually thought he was gonna get away with that, too.
Witajcie.
Jestem górnikiem.
Some people, man. I don't know. Some people just don't think sometimes. But that's good for me, because he was wasted 650 stone for nothing. That's great. I also know that he's going to attack me now, so I can prepare for that. I can put a castle up around here and, like, literally protect this area now, so that's phenomenal. Thank you for letting me know that you're going to attack my position ahead of time, so I can attack your position ahead of time. It's very rare in this game that you get that much warning that somebody's going to be coming for you.
Tak.
And I sure got it.
Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką. Rozkazania. Gotowa jestem.
Natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiacz.
Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Rozkazania też uczynię. Sprawiacz.
Rozkazania też uczynię. Jestem sprawiaczką. 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 Tak.
Natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiacz. Gotów jestem. Natychmiast wykonam.
Witaj. Tak. Natychmiast wykonam. Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Lechitic legacies. Well, actually, no, we won Chalette's privileges, so we can cheapen our knights' gold cost by about 60%, which is great. It's actually more than half. And then Lechitic legacy allows our winged hussars to do trample damage, which is really good here. And I'm going to put some pikers out as well, which is great. And both those types are done.
Witaj. Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką. Witaj.
Tak uczynię. Owszem, atak do broni! Atakujmy!
Witajcie.
Owszem. Dobrze, tak uczynię. Do waszych
Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Owszem, atakujmy! Atakujmy! Do waszych ust. Owszem, tak uczynię.
Natychmiast wykonam. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Witajcie. Tak. Pojmuję. Sprawiacz.
Tak uczynię.
Rozkazania. Gotowa
Tak
jest.
też uczynię. Sprawiacz. 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 Gotów jest. Natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiacz.
Do waszych ust. Tak uczynię. Tak, panie. Atakujmy! Do waszych ust. Atakujmy! Jakieś rozkazanie. Tak, panie. Do waszych ust. Tak uczynię. Jakieś rozkazania. Tak uczynię. Owszem, dobrze. Tak uczynię.
Sprawiacz. Rozkazania.
Natychmiast wykonam. Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Tak, natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiać.
Jakieś rozkazania? Tak, fakt.
Gotów, natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiać. Sprawiać. Sprawiać.
Rozkazania.
Sprawiać.
Jakieś rozkazania? Do waszych usług. Tak, fakt.
Tak. Tak, natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiać. 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 Sprawiać.
Budowany. Zbieram.
Jakieś rozkazania? Do waszych usług. Jakieś rozkazania? Tak, fakt. Jakieś rozkazania? Tak, fakt.
Witam, tak też uczynię. Sprawiać. 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 Sprawiać.
Do waszych usług. Jakieś rozkazania? Tak, do waszych usług. Tak, fakt. Jakieś rozkazania? Owszem. Do waszych usług. Owszem. Do Atakujmy! 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 Do waszych atak broni! Owszem, atak broni! Atakujmy! Atak broni! Do waszych atakujmy! Do waszych atak broni!
Natychmiast wykonam. Sprawiać. 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 Sprawiać.
Jakieś rozkazania? Do waszych atak broni! Atakujmy! 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 Atak broni! Oj, dobrze! Broni! Do waszych usług.
Pojmuję sposób.
Do waszych usług.
Pojmuję sposób.
Jakieś rozkazania? Atakujmy! Atakujmy! Owszem. Do waszych usług. Oj, rozkazania.
Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Do waszych atakujmy! Atakujmy! Jakieś rozkazania? Jakieś rozkazania? Broni! Owszem! Atakujmy! Atakujmy! Jakieś rozkazania? Do waszych usług! Atakujmy! Owszem! Atakujmy! Do waszych usług! Atakujmy! Tak, pojmuję. Do broni! Tak uczymy. Atakujmy! Tak uczymy. Do broni! Atakujmy! Do broni! Do broni! Owszem! Jakieś rozkazania? Tak, do broni! Atakujmy! Tak, panie. Do broni! Tak, panie. Naprzód!
Rozkazania miast sprawiać.
Owszem. Jakieś rozkazania? Dobrze. Atakujmy! Owszem. Jakieś rozkazania? Tak, atakujmy!
Jestem górnikiem. Miast wykonać.
Do waszych usług. Tak, pojmuję. Atakujmy! Atakujmy!
Rozkazania? Tak. Zbieram. Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Witaj, sprawa. Chcesz uczynić. Sprawa. Natychmiast wykonać. Rozkazania natychmiast wykonać.
Witaj, tak natychmiast wykonam. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Sprawiać.
Jakieś rozkazania? Do broni! Atakujmy! Do broni! Oj, no tak, pan. Tak uczynię. Pojmuję. Atakujmy! Tak uczynię. Naprzód! No tak, pan. Dobrze, atakujmy!
It's like Zeus always says, I always get the MVP player in my area every free-for-all. They always seem to hunt me down. I'm honestly pretty flattered. You know, it means that they're actually scared of me for some reason, you know? They wouldn't be targeting me specifically if they felt like I wasn't a threat, so... Yeah. Alright. I'll let you have my market. You earned it. It's actually not that useful to him because his base is actually close to mine, which means, yeah, no. I will actually, you know, give him a bit of a weak reward for beating me, slaying the dragon somehow. Yeah. So who's left? Everybody is left. Even Rex is left. How does that happen, man? How did Rex out-survive me, dude? That's crazy. Yeah, this MVP guy was not fun at all. Spain is a really tough beast to deal with. They got conquistadors, they got paladins, they got gunpowder, beyond the conks. Obviously, they get good trash units too. They got good trash wars. So Spain really has everything they need for late game, you know? They really aren't lacking anything. Yeah, I think the only thing they don't get is like siege engineers, right? Yeah. So that's why you saw the Spain in there coming in with Krebs, because for all the gunpowder stuff that Spain gets, they don't actually get siege engineers. So, you know, bombard cannons will indeed get cooked by the castle, so he had to go Krebs to get range them. Yeah. So who's this guy? He's the Orochronius, so he's got Blotchas and Halberdiers. Alright, yep. That very infamous barrage of arrows spamming artillery piece that we'd love to use in Wars of Liberty, the Huacha. It's so fun that they actually added these to the canon game. The canon game. Because obviously if you've been around in Portuguese Civ mod for the past 15 or so years, 20 years, however long that's been out, yeah, Huachas were in Age of Empires 2 OG as part of that mod, but they finally got around to adding it into the canon game in Definitive Edition. It's a really fun weapon, you know, basically all these little bolts, kind of like a scorpion, but you're shooting them out with a bit of gunpowder and fire and they go woo right into the air and do all sorts of havoc, so yeah, it's good that they basically add those. It's also pretty interesting how they decide to make it work like an onager. You know, like an onager replacement almost, yeah. That I felt was pretty interesting, you know. So instead of having catapults, the modern Asian civs just use Huachas. This was their special emulation of it, whilst the old Chinese civs, the ones closer to the Age of Empires 1 timeline, like the Wu, the Shu, and the Wei, end up using the regular catapults, the mangonels and the archers. None of them have siege onagers though, which is pretty interesting, but yeah. Probably because the tech isn't advanced enough yet in that period to have something like a siege onager. The Royal Crony Civ is building stone walls around this tree line here, basically to prevent Rex from getting out and attacking his base directly. Also to protect this gold, potentially, that he might want to mop up here, which looks like he might be doing. Yeah, let's see if he puts a lumber camp down in that sort of spot there. Oh, is he... No, he's putting a gate there, too. Prematurely. I wouldn't have put a gate in there yet. I would have just tried to steal some of that gold. Maybe bring some more villas later when you secure the position, because now Rex could potentially, you know, attack that with his berserkers and break through now, because the position isn't completely... Oh, wait a second. No, wait a second. There's still trees here, so technically this is walling off the spot, isn't it? Yeah, so I guess maybe there is a bit of method to it. But still, obviously, all Rex would need to do is get an archer here, cut this, and then he'd be able to break through. So it's still not perfectly sound to do that. Yeah, no. Yep, we do see the watchers coming in with the bomb cannons, bombard cannons, halberdiers. There's a monk there waiting to steal his relics. Actually, 3 monks there waiting to steal his relics. I find it interesting, yeah, he has a market already over here, like almost as if he's anticipating Rex is going to capitulate and let him use his market. Very good. Orange is not using my market though, which is he being honorable, commendable, what is he doing? Looks like the Kumans are over here, so Spain is going to have to fight help, step lancers, maybe some kipjacks. No kipjacks, surprisingly, those are pretty good cav archer actually, so I don't know why we're not seeing those here. A couple of treads. It looks like Orange Jesus is on Kuman's side though. He's getting really good accuracy on those treads. He's wiped it. 2x1. Yeah, look at this. You got the Royal Crony Civ up here going after his castle, and then you got Kuman's down in the south. Yeah, man. Respect the 1v1. You know, I mean, the dude destroyed me and stuff, but I gotta respect the integrity of the match. So, you know what? Let them duel. Let them battle. I only want to clean this land. Well, define land. You mean the map? Because if so, that means you're going to be doing a lot of battling there. Let me put the light on this room. It's getting dark in here now. It's spooky. Looks like the Aoe2DE is making some great progress there. We're actually going to snipe their church here and take those relics out. Yeah, that'll be quite powerful. He was actually willing to just wipe out those paladins and let the bombard can't do their job, so he was willing to damage them a bit with the watches. Okay, that monastery's down now. Wait a second. He's taking his land now, man. Yeah, no, he had to resign. This is crazy, man. Why did they team on him like that, dude? That spoiled the whole fight we just had, man, you know? He probably felt really good about our duel and stuff, and then he gets 2v1 like this? That's crazy. You gotta have some integrity, man, in these reflows. I mean, you don't have to, especially if somebody's cheating or somebody's using a broken board or something, or, you know, not following the rules that you established, but yeah, normally it's better just to let the 1v1, because it's better viewing material for casters like me, like I'm casting this right now, I'm trying to show you all this cool stuff, and if people are sort of 2v1ing each other, it cuts down on the view time, and then makes the fights that do happen kind of sluggish. Yeah, so now Rex has to do with the Aoe2DE. That's going to be real interesting. Kuman's just waiting around. Oh, wow, look at this. Yellow ended up taking the sneaky route in. See, this is what makes Amazon Tunnel a pretty spicy map. Not only do you have the entranceway through the front, you can come off to the side, too, with your oranges and just cut your way through. That gives you a lot of flexibility, and it forces the players to potentially have to build stone walls like this just to make sure when they come rolling through with those oranges, it's not just a clean sweep to the base. They actually have to stop at some sort of fortification and, you know, defend a bit. good job being that back, though, honestly. I mean, when somebody cuts through like that, there's always a risk that you're going to get totally invaded. Looks like he was able to hold on pretty good with a combination of health and organ guns there. But the one thing that the Portuguese definitely get that nobody else does is the fedorias. I used to call them fitorias, but they're actually fedorias, from what somebody told me. Basically, they trickle food, wood, gold, and stone. A little bit more food and wood than the stone and gold, but it's great for late game because it means you can actually afford things like bombard towers in just about every game, which is something we rarely ever get all the time, right? Unless you're something crazy like the Turks, for instance, with their extra range on them. So yeah, it's definitely a strong civ because then you can sort of keep military on the offensive since the bombard towers will sort of do the defensive for you. So who's left? So it's red, blue, yellow, and green. The Orocronisiv, the Portuguese, the Cumans, and yeah. Rex is still alive. Rex is still alive, folks. Hanging on with Pikeman and Lycav. That is commendable. I think he might just be letting him live because he knows he's not combating very well, which I think is totally fine, you know. He obviously knows that the Cumans and the Portuguese are the bigger threats, especially the Portuguese. Portuguese is probably the most dangerous civ on here right now, because the problem with the Portuguese is, if you let them sit around too long, they could literally just delete their military and build a ton of federias and gain a ton of gold and stone and just blow up tons of castles and bombard towers all over the map and eat up the map. You know, as that game clock ends up running up, they'll keep just stacking them on top of each other, and there's not much you can do about it. It's just impossible. We're really not seeing any major movements on the field just yet. Looks like Portugal is plowing in towards red. Does red have enough resources though? Yeah, he's gonna try to sneak around with the siege archers and cut through the backside here. The problem is he's prepared with some stone walls though. He's actually got 2 layers of them, so yeah. Well, this one's not quite complete, but it's mostly complete, and then you have a castle there, so it's kind of like 1.5 walls of stone there, so yeah. And the problem is he has to cut through all of this too. It's not a lot, but he's gonna have to take out that castle, because if he doesn't, the castle's gonna rain down on all these archers and take out a good number of them. Unless he runs in with the rams first and goes boop, 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 takes that out, and then the archers can come in. That's a possibility. Rex is kind of pushing out a bit, but the problem is now it's into trash wars now, and like Cav, not the best thing against the Oral cronies, it's better units. Still has enough gold for hand cannons. He has bombard cannons. It's coming in with some Hussars now, so yeah. Technically, Aoe2DE has the advantage here just because of their gunpowder tools. And he's using the tree line too to his advantage because obviously these light caps would have to bounce through all this brush just to hit those bombard cannons, so he's literally using a natural barrier to hit into his base and nuke some of his barracks and his archery ranges on the front there. Especially his archery ranges, because his archery ranges make skirms, which could potentially be a threat to the hand cannons, so taking those out is pretty paramount, I think, honestly, yeah. Oh man, he's going. He took the castle that I talked about, and he's actually going to reach into his base because Portugal is just being too slow and casual about it. Oh man, I hope, wait a second now. He's got the 2 monasteries here. Did he even put anything in them? I can't tell. I don't think he put any of the relics in there. Unless, ooh. Yeah, unless, Mr. Spaniard here ended up moving them up there. Maybe. Oh man, no relics. That hurts. So you're telling me that you didn't get any relics into your base, Rex? Yeah, that's bad. That's really dangerous, man. Really bad. See, you get one here and you get one here on Sword of the Path. You're supposed to get a monk out rather quickly and just nab the one here and then nab the one closer to at least. There's also a ton of them in the center map as well that you saw there before. Yeah, you gotta be more active with the monastery and free-for-all. In fact, one of the things I would say, once you figure out your town center placement in Castle Age, just get a monastery down and take whatever gold you got and get 1, 2, maybe even 3 monks and start grabbing tons of relics. You're gonna need those relics, because now you're stuck in a situation where you're trying to fight all this gunpowder Aoe2DE stuff with just pikes and skirms and light calves, which is just not good, you know? You're the Vikings, so you don't even get help. You're stuck with Vikings with a bit of different stats on their pikers, so it's a little bit less than ideal. And then you got the Aoe2DE guy here. He's got all gunpowder, he's got hand cannons, he's got watches, he's got bomb cannons. He's not even making that much stuff, really. He's just sort of taking a cautious approach to pushing in, and it's, you know, working pretty good for him. He's also got some stacks of Hussars to ram in as well, too, so yeah. Oh, and he's got his relics too, so I mean, he just got 3 relics from that spot, so that's really not going to be great. Yeah, he should have had some helps up there. I mean, I think at this point Rex was turtling so much he probably assumed it was going to be an easy push in, and he just didn't end up protecting. Well, Rex's targeting is not that great right now, and he's just, You know, I thought I was gonna get away with some of them, but nah, I corned them good in there on the side. Ooh, that's great. Good defense there by Portuguese, by the way. They were able to intercept that huge giant thing that they were going in with, just using halberds, hand cannons, and organ guns. I didn't know that organ guns were such a good counter to archers, but it turns out that they are, and at least when they spread them out in a sort of stagger formation, it seems. Yeah, I never quite figured out what organ guns were actually good for with the Portuguese. To me, they just felt like this cool artillery thing that just shot a bunch of bullets out of it and did a good spray. But I never knew when should I use organ guns. I guess in this sense, Portugal was able to use them pretty good against archers, which I was pretty surprised by, you know. Well, the good thing about the organ guns is, unlike archers, they don't hurt your own troops. No friendly fire, no fragging, so that's good. That's one good thing about those units. phone with someone in my family. Did you know that public broadcasting is going to be shutting down in America? PBS? That's pretty surprising, you know. I didn't even know about that. I just found out about that when they first called. I was like, what? No more PBS Kids, no more whatever stuff they do nowadays. I watched it back in the early 2000s and late 90s when I was born. So definitely the platform changed a lot since then, but you know, definitely as the older people in my family were dying off and stuff, I watched some of those programs with them as well. So yeah, I mean, I guess it was something with the conservatives that didn't like that they were left wing or something, and kind of trying to shut them down and stuff. So yeah, it's pretty crazy stuff there. Yeah. I feel like PBS was sort of 50-50, honestly. On one hand, you could tell how political they were about left-wing stuff, but at the same time, they did have really good educational programming on there. It wasn't so political, you know. They had cooking shows on there, they had antique stuff about European travel. Yeah. I mean, obviously, the kids' program had degraded over the years as, you know, the TV stations got more liberal. And well, here's the thing. The worst thing that PBS did for kids with the kids' programming was have Caillou on their platform. If you haven't gone on YouTube to see that stuff yet, you should check it out. It was a show that I saw as a kid, and I didn't think a lot of because it was a kids' program, and I thought, oh yeah, it's a kid with a bald head that's fun to watch. And looking back at it in my 20s, seeing the stuff that these YouTubers correctly exposed and stuff, it's like, they were really showing this to kids, man? Like, it's literally teaching kids to be total degenerate despots, to rebel against their parents, against their, you know, drill sergeants, their bosses, their managers. It sets young people up for failure because they won't basically be able to function as, you know, an agreeable person, so to speak, as they say in psychology, agreeableness in your personality. If you're in the Caillou, basically, you were basically destroying their, PBS had, yep, Dragon Tales, yep. I remember that one. I saw that one, actually. I saw it a lot of times growing up. That one was pretty good. I'm missing anything in the chat here, by the way. Nope. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Dragon Tales was a nice one. Kind of funny that they actually were created by the same company that did Sesame Street, believe it or not, so that's kind of an interesting fact. I didn't realize that until I looked that up years later, just because I love researching stuff online and sort of one of my autistic things that I do at that point, so yeah. I ended up finding out, hey, they were made by Sesame Street people, which I was pretty surprised by, honestly. Yeah. Obviously, I watched Sesame Street proper growing up on PBS as well as all the other stuff. When I was watching it, it was around the late 90s. I would say probably between 1998, 99 into 2005, 2006. You know, sort of the early 2000s into the mid ones, basically. Kind of before Obama went into office, when Bush was still in there, basically. Yeah, I was basically watching PBS for the Bush years, basically. If that makes any sense, yeah. So, definitely probably a different experience than some people who watch my streams that are younger. They probably watched it when it was, you know, a bit of a different lineup from when I was, you know, young. Yeah, because I was born in 98, so I caught it a bit earlier. Sort of towards the beginning when they had a PBS Kids sort of platform. Before that, I don't think they had a formal platform per se. They just broadcasted some of the programs at early hours that kids would be watching TV at, basically. Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah, it's a pretty big history, you know. I'm sure if they do end up shutting it down, you're going to have a ton of nostalgic YouTube content on it from years and years of it, you know. I think some of those compilations already exist that I've already come across before, but you're probably going to see tons of people that have random video recorded stuff from their camcorders, putting that on there and just showing people, this is what it was like in 2001, 2005, 97, you know. during that time period. Yeah, and I'll probably look at it and go like, oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that. I saw that. I saw that. A lot of crazy stuff there. Yeah, how are you still alive, Rex? This guy must like you or something. He must really enjoy your company. You must talk over tea or coffee or I don't know, tacos or something for him to keep you alive that long. That's crazy. Like, he could come in here any time and just clean you up. Unless he wants you to be his last piece of dinner before he wins. He is the highest scoring player, by the way, now, so yeah. Kind of funny, actually. So is there any markets left? I have my market left. He could actually get mine. If he really wanted to, he could actually trade with my market using the one back here. And that would be a huge gold thing to collect, yeah. So who's still alive at this point? So Portugal and you. Yeah. Very interesting. Your wooden walls are holding up? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Technically, palisades are very weak, but the problem is the enemies have to keep clicking on them to attack them because I don't think military by default attacks walls usually. So you turn it into a total conundrum for the enemy to have to keep clicking on all these big pieces of wall. It's crazy. That's why the Jurassic Park scenario is a big time consuming for the hunter, because the hunter has to take their dinosaurs and actually hit every wall piece and click on them and micro that. Theoretically, the dinos should know what to do and just eat up the wall, but they don't because of the way the AI works. So you have to keep clicking and clicking every piece of wall until they eat the entire thing and get the vills.
Attack layer 2. Attack layer 2.
أهلا. ألو؟
نعم حسنا بنأة مستعدة أمر صحيح سأفعل. نعم مستعدة.
باحث عن الطعام. أهلا. ألو؟ مستعد. بناء.
أمر. نعم.
نعم.
باحثة عن الطعام.
طاب.
مستعدة. أمر. باحثة عن الطعام. نعم.
عن الطعام. خطاب. خطاب. أمر.
حسنا. نعم سأفعل سيدة. مستعدة. نعم سيدة.
نعم. خطاب.
أمر. سيدة. نعم. مستعدة. نعم.
سياد.
أمر. مستعدة. نعم.
خطاب. نعم. خطاب.
نعم. نعم. نعم.
أمر.
سيدة.
نعم. أمر. سياد.
نعم سيدة.
أمر. نعم. سياد.
نعم. مستعدة. سأفعل. حسنا. نعم. نعم. أمر.
حسنا. صحيح. بناء.
مستعدة. حسنا. سيدة. نعم. صحيح. سيدة. أفعل حطابة
نعم. نعم. بناء.
مساعدة نعم مزارعة أمر مساعدة
ألو.
نعم مساعدة أمر مساعدة صحيح مزارعة
أمر صحيح. بناء.
The known risk in Nomad that somebody just spawns where you are. In fact, it seems like all these people just grouped up in this huge sort of close proximity to each other. Purple's right around here. The only one who's getting an advantage is blue, and then you just resign. So, I mean... yeah, everybody decided just to group up together and make everybody's life a living hell. I guess. Especially me. This dude tower rushed me, attacked me with the town center, he attacked me with scouts, attacked me with militia. He threw everything at me and eventually I just couldn't deal with it. I knew it was done when the scouts were out. Once the scouts are out, it's done. I could have went to Castle Age and gone to Ram and taken this out, taken that out, and sort of forced him to behave himself, but... yeah, no, that's too far. Things really went south pretty quickly here. I mean, this man's already ramming his neighbor down with battering rams. Yeah, is that his oh, Persia's castle, man.
Yes.
Yeah, Persia's super aggressive here today. Who's still surviving? It's either going to be orange, who's over here, or it's going to be green or gray. Both of them seem to be combatable right now. Like Broski's holding on for dear life here. He's gonna get the final battle with him, it looks like. But from what I can tell from the score, though, I'm a little bit concerned for him. This gray fella that destroyed me is clearly going in full war elf, and what civ is he again? He is Mongols. Okay, so he's probably gonna need siege, protected by pikes and hussars, I would think. Yeah. Stonewalling was pretty smart. Stonewalling will probably keep him alive a little bit longer there so he can get some siege launchers out. I do like that strategy. He should try to space the stone walls a bit though, so that way it takes a bit longer for him to break in. Actually no, wait a second. I don't think the elephants do a lot of splash right now, so this might be alright. I kind of find it funny how he's sort of putting in gates as well, preparing to break out as well once he gets the siege he needs. How about over here? Looks like some of them just broke through the... Wait a minute, no, this is covered. Wait a minute. Yeah, see, I was wondering, like, oh wait, now snap, we got elephants coming in there. That could be very bad. Yeah, quite the hectic game. A lot of moving pieces very quickly, which I think Nomad is pretty known for. If you like this sort of slow-mo, slow, free-for-all experience, Black Forest and Amazon Tunnel are better. But if you like it super unpredictable like this, Nomad tends to be sort of what you're looking for. Oh, CBA Hero Free-For-All. this is a good mode we rarely see, so let's give it a try. I love CBA Hero. I knew some pretty big hosts back in the day on HD Edition that used to do this. One of them was a history teacher in America, so, you know, I was into history and he was, and we used to always chat back and forth about stuff, you know. And funny enough, I was going to high school around then too, so I knew an actual teacher playing games with them. Yeah, because normally when you think of school and you think of teachers, they're usually like, oh no, stop playing that video game, you're not listening to my lecture. No, I actually knew some actual teachers who went on to Age of Empires 2 HD Edition and played with me as the host, and they actually thought I was a great player. And
Yes.
yeah, pretty fun stuff.
Yes. No. Yes. No.
Be rushed.
Hopefully it's not one of those weird lobbies that never starts up. I'll pray that it does though, because I really don't want to have to restart the game again and risk it not working. Because unfortunately OBS and Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition have this horrible sickness, I'll call it, where it just sometimes gets black screen and doesn't show. And then I have to restart the PC. It's really annoying. I don't know why it does that. It's nothing to do with PC specs or anything, because Definitive Edition always loads in. AoE2DE 3 always loads in. Age of Mythology Retold always loads in, so it's not that. It's basically just this game that decides to go haywire. So the checkboxes are coming in. I guarantee you somebody didn't load in. Yeah, green, teal. Alright, so it's an even number, so the game is still pretty much doable at this point, I think. I'm probably just going to leave these in my base now. Yeah, I got the kind swords, man. I don't have any archers or anything. I just got these swords that do long-term bleeding damage, as it's called. So basically these are champion style units, or like a sword unit, but they get the advantage of bleeding damage. So they got this big sword that does bleeding stuff, where essentially it'll damage a unit over time after it damages it, so potentially even wiping out units after the fight is over, making it a really nice unit to send against high HP opponents, so it ends up doing more damage to them than they anticipate. Or it's good for attrition as well, it basically wiping out larger armies and cutting them down to size even if they win the fight.
Uskri,
I'll just use the tread to attack these towers there right now. Got it. I think he might be being me on purpose just so he can balance out the odds against Pokemon 1. Which I think is pretty good. Yeah, he's actually giving me a boost there so I can catch up. Perp was not in my base that game, yeah. I won. Good job winning there, Miguel. Great. getting cooked now. At least a little bit. It's an honor being the last one to die. Yeah. Quite the honor. Big time. CB front towers. Let's do it. always go like that when I do CB front towers in Definitive Edition. In the OG one in HD Edition, we don't have that square in the center, so people actually have to be strategic and target people's bombard towers and armies appropriately. And in that one, the paths on the side aren't covered by rocks either, so you can actually flank people in their base too. So, yeah. I gotta go do some stuff right now. Thank you for coming to the stream today. I didn't even know if I was gonna do it today, but I ended up getting the time to, so I was like, you know what? Let's do it. We can do it, right? Oh yeah, so sign off.